Right. Welcome, everyone. We got the crew all here. Jump on mute if you can, if you're not talking, just to keep the echo down. Let's see, yes, other people will be jumping in here in a minute. Let's see, who do we got? Omar, Daniel, Devin, Deb, Carol, Cheryl, Joe. All right, let's do it. I can't. Is there more? 9 people. No, okay. I see the whole list. So I guess this is it for now. Welcome to Town Hall. Quick updates before we begin. This is public forum. This is for the Solterra Resort CDD. There are no necessarily binding votes that will be happening in this meeting. We do all of those in our main meeting once a month. But this is a time when we can discuss, chat with the community, and go through the updates that are happening at the resort. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to raise your hand. You're welcome in the virtual chat. You're welcome to turn on your camera, wave at us, or you can leave a chat in the comments as well, and we'll try to bring them up as we're going through. But with that, I'm looking to see. We've got Joe, Debbie, Sam here. I think that's it for now. Debbie, do you want to lead off with any updates from your world?
Sure. Hello. It looks like we got a few people on the call. Oops,
Yeah.
The dog followed me and go. Let me get him out of here before he go. So it won't be long until we are all able to see some of the beautification efforts that are going to be happening up at the clubhouse. So it looks like we have acquired some nice ceramic planters, and we're going to be making a decision here at the next meeting about some plant life to put in them. And so once that is all up and running, then we can send out pictures for everyone to see. I'm really excited. It's going to bring some much needed color and some just life to the pool area. And last week I met with Ashley from Artemis and Joe, and then Brian from Rosetta joined in, and we just did a nice walk around all of the amenities and just kind of talked about a lot of the ideas that are being thrown around, cabana enhancements that we're going to be moving towards to create some additional value and to elevate the experience. So we've talked about things like adding fans, and closing them to create some privacy, some aromatic plant life surrounding them, such as some jasmine to create, just a whole upscale atmosphere. So I think that we're on the right track and really excited to start working on implementing some of these ideas. And for those of you that did not tune into the last CDD meeting, we had the RFP for the cafe came up, and we had, some proposals that were submitted. Some of you may not be aware that Artemis presented a very unique proposal that allows us to retain complete control of everything that happens at the cafe. And they submitted a management agreement, and we voted in favor of that model. So I think that's going to open up a whole new world in terms of opportunities for events, service recovery, new menu items, special events. It's going to be really exciting, and ultimately it's going to result in a lot more revenue for the resort than we have seen in the past through the vendor rental agreement model. That was a lot.
I know, I love it. I want to just take a minute here because this is really exciting of what the proposal was and what it means for the resort. I think anyone that's listening, if you have ideas or thoughts or suggestions regarding the cafe and what could make it better, now is the time to let Debbie know or Joe know and get your ideas in because we kind of have a blank slate that we can work with in regards to what would we want it to become and how would we want it to operate, what would we want to provide the guests. It's there's a lot of things that are now on the table that weren't before, and it's extremely exciting. Is there anything else, Debbie, you would say to that?
So yes, I do want to re definitely reinforce what you just said about if anybody has ideas that they want to throw. Keep in mind that our CDD emails have changed,
Yeah.
and I haven't actually been able to set up my new one. So feel free to message me on Facebook or text
While you're
me
slacking.
or
You
yeah,
can
I know.
send it to Joe,
You
and
can
Joe
send
can
it
forward
to
it on.
Joe.
That's right.
You can
So
get me
I
through
do have a
WhatsApp, Messenger, and there's been a lot of interest. Like I know that Devin has put a lot of thought towards this, and she has submitted directly to me like some menu ideas. And I think that this is everybody's opportunity to be involved and really be part of the change.
Love it. That's really it is really exciting. Um, it's extremely exciting.
I have
And
a comment on the cafe too. If you give me a second.
go for it, Bobby.
Good evening, everyone. So the cafe, I've actually spent some decent time up here recently. I purchased quite a bit of food for me and my family. It's been a great experience. The woman Denise that's running it currently, she's kind of filled in for Irma and Edwin. She's done a great job. I think that she has some great ideas. We've talked about mocktails as previously discussed in board meetings and kind of stuff that she's going to move forward with on different meal items and specials going forward if Artemis decides to keep her. So I think that we actually have a great kind of working relationship with the Artemis, and her and Joe have spoken quite a bit. I know Deanna has spoken to her also, so I think going forward we'll actually have kind of like a an amicable relationship versus what we currently have of, hey, you guys work for a different company and we work for Artemis. So I think having that as one actual cohesive relationship will be great for our community.
That's great. That's great. Anything else, Debbie?
I think that's it.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay. I
that was
will.
a lot, and just so many changes coming, and it's just pure excitement.
It really is. It is exciting that it took a lot of shifts and changes to be able to get to this point, but it definitely seems like the road we've got open paths for
I still
Solterra
want to
Resort
snuggle Enzo.
to be able to move forward. Go ahead, Bobby.
What about
I said I
Enzo?
still want to snuggle Enzo. Can we get Enzo at
Oh.
the cafe as that emotional support dog?
Right.
Here for everybody. There he is.
Aw.
Hey.
Ah, there's a cute boy. Hey, Enzo. Good boy.
Oh, sweet.
All right, enough of that.
Nice.
So
I will say, Debbie, that I've been working with Joe, and we have 3 proposals that we're working on and trying to get ready. One is for a walkway that would extend from the clubhouse out to the road. Right now, you have to walk up on the street, and there would be one that would extend out by the volleyball courts along the edge, all the way out to the road. So there's a couple of street lamps there, and there's a little bit of things we'd have to get worked out, but that would allow people to walk from the road all the way up. There's another one that involves the artificial turf for everywhere around the volleyball court and that area. We're getting quotes and things for that. And then the third one is for the island in the roundabout in front of the clubhouse, at possibly looking at removing all of those plants, putting in artificial turf, along with a sign there that would, a giant sign that said Solterra Resort, that people could take photos with right in front of the resort. And then maybe 2 walkways leading off of that to the side, one leading to the sidewalk that people could cross the street, take photos, and then come right back across. So we're still working
So,
through. There's a lot of details on that, but we're trying to get it closer to moving forward. Go ahead, Bobby.
as far as that sign, so I have a timeshare on 1 and 2 in Kissimmee. They have the same type of sign. They offer a $25 credit to the bar or any restaurant facility on property. So I think that maybe that's something we can look at, and that credit is only valid when they submit a good review. So if you submit a good review about the resort, it gives you a little incentive to say, hey, we'll give you a $25 bar credit, which is 2 drinks at the bar.
Yeah.
On average, and say, we'll give you something, go give us a good review. So that might pump our numbers up a little bit, and you take a picture in front of that Solterra sign and kind of bring our guest appearance up a little bit.
That's right. Oh, I love it. That's great. I do know that in the sign, we've been looking at a couple of examples. There's ones that are standalone, that just they're large letters that you would see if you look up like Cancun sign, different colors, or it's bright and vivid, something that stands out. There's also a sign that Toronto has that's an LED sign, which can light up and have different colors in it during the night. And so we're looking at pricing options for both. We're talking with designers to say, what about this? What about this? And figure out some options there of what we can do. So it's still a little early. If any of you have ideas or suggestions on what you think would make a wonderful large Solterra sign out in front that people could stand in front of, be next to, put their families there, please send them my way, send them to Joe, send them to Debbie, and we'll keep working towards getting those in place, and then we'll work together as a team to vote on whichever one we think is the best for the resort.
May I?
That's awesome, Brian. And I just want to say that there are a couple of other ideas out on the table for the front circle. So I think if we could pull all of those together and get some feedback from the community. For example, Deanna had seen a large fountain to put in the middle of the circle. And then we talked about putting some pavers around it that spell out Solterra Resort in letters so that they can be seen from the sky. So there's so many different ideas, and if we can pull them all together, and then Brian maybe can do one of his WhatsApp polls, and we can kind of, see what the community thinks, what the sentiment, the thoughts, the pros and cons, and then, we can go from there. But yeah, everybody flood us with your ideas and your thoughts, because at this point there's no bad ideas.
Yeah, and I think
No,
the other
absolutely
thing,
not.
yeah, I think the thing that is exciting for us is a lot of the barriers that kept us from moving forward in the past have been removed through votes that we've made. So we now have a little bit more freedom to move forward quicker. And so, well, obviously, at no point are we voting for just a sign that one person likes. We'll get the community feedback. We're getting quotes on different signs, pricing. We're trying to figure out the nuts and bolts of how it could work. And then we will come back and discuss it in meetings or through the social media sites or things like that, where people can be able to share their feedback and homeowners can chime in. There was a couple of hands. Karen went up.
Yeah. So thank you. And
Hi, Karen.
and Debbie. Hi, Bobby. Hi, everybody. So I think that the amenity center and getting reviews, these are the two most, and the cafe, of course, is being part of the amenity center. These are the things that will really elevate us as a community. I think that, and the landscaping, which we'll get to later, but I think that I think when people come here and they have a great time and they see beautiful things and everything else, it's just and the hospitality aspect, which I think there's no doubt that the group that we have at the amenity center now is just really, really hospitality focused. I don't know if y'all remember, but we used to get a lot of complaints about how people were behaving towards our guests and towards our homeowners in the amenity center, and we don't see any of that anymore.
No.
No,
I
and I mean, also on top of that, I've been up here since 2 o'clock this afternoon, and our staff is amazing. We've had a couple people come in and complain. The couple of people have been extremely rude. Our staff has been absolutely professional. They've shown them nothing but respect, explain the policies, procedures to them. I've been meeting with a homeowner tomorrow at noon. As far as parking rules, their vehicle was towed for non-compliance of commercial vehicle. So tomorrow at noon, I have a meeting up at the amenity center with that homeowner to explain the rules and policies. The current staff that we have in place is absolutely amazing. Dana's done an amazing job pointing these people out to the right actual routes to the policies, procedures. The staff is on the right page as far as explaining to people. And I think we can only progress as we move on.
I love it. We have two comments that came up. Deb Govesi, did you have a comment?
Yes, number one, I like the lighted Solterra sign. I'm familiar with the Toronto one. It's great for photo ops at night and it really stands out. My concern though would be how much money are we pouring into the cabanas? Like I think there was a lot of money spent and like a revenue versus expenses. Like is there ever a point in time where the revenue is actually going to pay for the amount of money that's going into them?
We haven't made any decisions. We are just looking at things globally. Part of the Artemis team was instrumental in setting up and kind of creating the cabana experience at Volcano Bay and at a few other very successful resort properties. And so we're kind of looking to them for advice, and we will not be foolishly spending any of our money. We're looking to maybe upgrade a couple of them as a VIP experience to see how that goes. There's been some market research in the surrounding areas to see what cabana rentals are renting for in the, pretty nearby area versus the amenities that are tied to them. And we think that there definitely are some opportunities.
Great. Is that Deb? Anything else you want to say, or can I move on to the next person?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you can move on.
Go ahead, Deb.
Yeah, that's it. Like I know, like we used to stay at Champions Gate and they have the little houses. So, like huts, they actually have huts for their cabanas and they were air conditioned. You had your own bathroom, you had a television. They were great, but they had trouble renting them. So I don't know if the market's, changed since then. But they used to give them away basically free in bingo.
Oh, it's good to know. Cheryl, did you have a comment?
I mean, homeowners.
You know what? I do have one more thing to add, Brian.
Okay, hold on, Cheryl. Bobby, go first. Then Debbie, then Cheryl.
No, go ahead. No, Debbie might address it all, so I'll let Debbie go.
I'm sorry. This was an afterthought. And in talking with the Artemis team and also with Brian at Rosetta, we've been throwing around some ideas about an all-inclusive cabana experience where, a family can rent a cabana for a flat fee, and it'll include, their food and their drinks, and kind of put together some packages like that to encourage people to come in and spend the whole day, as well as some party packages. So, there's lots of ideas on the table.
Awesome. Okay, great. Cheryl, please go ahead.
So I did speak to Deanna and Denise, which is the current cafe manager. She's more than willing to work with us. she's happy to go in and kind of make deals as far as, you're at Cabana, we make this package and go forward. So I think Denise, which is the current manager there, I'm hoping that Artemis takes her on. I have no guarantees. I've spoken to Artemis quite a bit as far as trying to keep Denise in that position because she knows the cafe staff is very influential, and they've said that Denise is doing an amazing job in the cafe. So I think Denise would be our pick. But as far as Artemis, I mean, obviously that's up to them who they hire and who they choose to move forward with. But Denise has definitely told me about plans that she has to expand the cafe, different drinks, mocktails, as Karen had mentioned in previous meetings, to go forward with, non-alcoholic drinks, alcoholic drinks, and different. She got a blender from Oasis, I believe it was. So that's totally free to the district to make the blended drinks. So I think currently the cafe is actually trying to move forward and progress so that we have that better guest experience versus what we currently have where, well, it's separate companies, so we can't do much.
Yep.
So I think once the Artemis actually takes that over, we'll have that full inclusive, hey, we're actually providing a guest experience. This is what you guys get. This is what we can give you. If we have an issue, we can go and buy a cocktail and say, hey, we're very sorry about this. Here's a free beer. Versus now where it's, we have to pay. So CDD pays the Evergreen Lifestyles to actually give us a free beer.
Yeah, I love the way it's set up that we voted on at the last meeting is very excited, and it's made for hospitality. And I think it's in our favor, which is great. Okay, so Cheryl Foddy, you had a question. Please go ahead. Cheryl, are you there? You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
I hear you now. Yeah, go ahead.
So on the topic of generating money, I often hear from a lot of guests that one of the big things they kind of are missing, and I think it could be a good money maker, is activities around the pool. Because one, I think it provides a whole holiday atmosphere. People are having fun. They're going to pay more for booze. They're going to drink more. They're going to stay down at the pool longer. Like if you have things in the afternoon, like bingo, $5 a game, stuff like that. That's not just like there's children activities, but there's not really anything for adults. And I think it could be a bit of a cash flow. I think it could create the whole different resort vibe for guests that I think we're a little bit lacking on.
Great feedback. Debbie, any thoughts on that?
Cheryl, I 100% agree with you, and the Artemis team also supports that. So this new cafe model, just to give you an example, for the last quarter, I think that we realized about $9,000 in revenue from the current cafe model with Evergreen or Real Manage or whatever they're called for the previous quarter. And the rough numbers that were submitted in Artemis's proposal are nearly tenfold for the quarter. So what we're hoping is that the cafe becomes a revenue generator for the resort that will allow us to create additional experiences and some additional amenities and infrastructure at the amenity center that will continue to drive additional revenue. So yes, that is the plan, is to create an environment that not only do we have a afternoon pool opportunity here, but that we have evening opportunities where we can do, sports games on a big TV outside, more of a restaurant kind of dining experience. But all of this is going to take time, and we're just going to have to kind of wait and see what the revenue stream looks like. But, splash pads are not off the table. And all of these things that we're talking about are not going to increase our special assessments. The goal is to reduce our special assessments by generating additional revenue while also increasing amenities for your guests to be able to enjoy, and subsequently elevating the experience in the resort reviews to effectively drive up your nightly rates. I mean, that's it in a nutshell.
Yeah. There's
Hey,
another comment.
I do have a comment on that.
Go ahead, Bobby.
So as far as the cafe, we can make $1 million. So if we have an amazing cafe staff, which we currently have, they can make great profit. So right now, the cafe's made $900 say. So the pool's currently closed because of the lightning storm. So they made $900. So currently, Evergreen's only reporting, we made $2,500 for the whole month. That's not accurate. So currently, what we're currently making, if we make $800 every week for 30 days a month, we make a profit. Currently, Evergreen's not giving us that profit.
Yeah.
So once we take over the full cafe come October, the staff that we currently have in there. So Denise, I'm not sure if RMS is gonna hire or not as the general manager. I hope they do, because I really feel like she's proactive. She wants to make great, different decisions, different drinks, different specials. I talked to her about the beer special. Right now, 5 beers is $37.50. No one wants to come here. I can go to my timeshare on 192, which is a multi-million-dollar timeshare. I paid $350,000 to have that timeshare. And that timeshare, a bucket of beer is $20 for 6 beers. You come to the Solterra Resort, you get a bucket of beer for $37.50 for 5 beers. So a lot of people are coming up here and they go, wow, we're really out of the market. So I think once the CD actually takes over the actual marketing of the cafe, I think we're going to be in a great position to actually move our owners and all of our staff to a new level. Dan has done an amazing job as far as our main staff. I think Denise and her crew in the cafe, I think they'll move us to the next level versus what we currently have, where we're
the
paying.
other thing,
That's Sam.
Oh, Sumap, don't be cutting me off, Sumap.
Brian.
Go ahead, Sam.
Sumap, I'm gonna get ya.
No, I mean, see, one of the couple of folks, the suggestion that they gave about the games and all, right? There are some agencies who we give them some space. They actually come and create the activities, and they take a small cut out of it, and we don't really need to do a lot of work from our end. That is another option that Debbie can look into it if she ever think of incorporating some of these games in the evenings for adults, or even through the restaurant model. The outside agencies can help us out in that regard as well.
Absolutely. That's great. That's great. I'll touch on this, what Bobby just said in terms of generating revenue. One of the proposals Joe and I are working on is for 2 8-seater golf carts that would be used to deliver food from the cafe out to any home in Solterra, and then could bring people back to the pool and say, hop on, we'll give you a ride. So kind of a double purpose there that would allow us to be able to increase food from there. So real quick, I see you, Cheryl, Alonzo, Luis, you are next. Go ahead with your comment.
Hi, everyone. I'm a UK owner, and most of my guests are from the UK. And I know they would love to be able to watch English football. It generally starts at about 10 o'clock in the morning, which is a 3 o'clock kickoff in the UK. So I would love to see that side of it, advertised for UK guests to be able to come up, The kids can be in the pool, the adults can watch the football. And many UK guests, they like to be able to walk to a bar, restaurant, cafe in the evening as well. It's something that we do quite a lot in the UK. You tend to walk to the pub in the evening. So I think, you know, thinking about the international market as well, not just the American market for football games and things, would be really beneficial for the resort.
Great feedback. Debbie, any thoughts?
I think that's great. And these are the ideas and the things that we need to know, because us people in the US, we don't know what games are popular, and we don't know what time those games are broadcasted. So yes, that's very doable for sure.
Love it. All right, next up
I
was
absolutely agree
Alonso.
with that. Our current, as far as our current schedule, I've spoken to the manager. They're open 11 to 7 on most days. So if someone comes in, once we take over the cafe, so a lot of residents aren't understanding, once we take over the cafe, we're solely responsible for the labor of the cafe. We're solely responsible for all the food and all the liquor inside the cafe. So all of that must come out of the current budget without creating any special assessment. So we're trying to budget all those items as far as security and everything else. So I spend a lot of time up front with security. I'm cutting my security officers down to 2 per shift starting after Labor Day. So on Friday, Saturday, there's only going to be 2 officers up there. And then we'll have our patrol officer will kind of substitute as far as, you know, if we have heavy traffic, he'll help up there. So, but when we come to the cafe, our experience in the cafe is totally different. So when you come down here, we have staff in the cafe, but if that cafe staff is all based on Solterra Resort CDD budget, so a lot of people go, well, anyone can take that over. Well, no, that comes out of your CDD taxes that you pay into the actual resort every year.
Right.
So I pay into that tax. Brian pays into that tax. Karen, Debbie, and Sumap all pay into that tax. So we're all in the same boat. So none of us want to see our taxes raised. But when we elevate the experience of the cafe and actually bring it into where it's, you know, the CDD has coverage and actual experience and input into that cafe, we're gonna see some type of expense. So we're gonna have to pay the labor in that cafe. We're gonna have to pay the staff. We're gonna pay the manager. We gotta pay for the alcohol and the food inside of that cafe. So we're all gonna see a little bit of an increase, but then the day, our rentals and our experience inside the cafe is gonna elevate to where people say, oh, that's amazing. I actually want to go back to Solterra Resort versus, oh, we got gangbangers with guns and they're shooting over there, and we don't want that. So when we look at the HOA security, they're patrolling, they're moving cars off the street, they're trying to enforce parking rules. Our CDD security up front, they do an amazing job processing cars in. They give them passes. They tell people the right way to park. Our cafe at the same time and our front desk staff at the same time are actually processing people in. And if we can get someone that comes in the front desk and goes, God damn, I'm hungry for a hamburger and a beer, they can go right to the cafe.
Bobby,
So
I would have
we
to
don't
interrupt you
have-
because we got a bunch of questions. People are raising their hands. Is it okay if I keep moving on?
Absolutely, brother.
Beautiful. All right, Alonso, you're next. What do you got?
I don't want to take too much time here, but when you speak about the cafe, I am pretty pleased that it be taken over by Artemis. I do trust their judgment when it comes to staffing and the budget that's it's going to be tied to. I do like the idea of wait and see. Let's see what it does produce. before we start spending, a lot of money on this, that, and the other thing. I know the majority of my guests are health conscious and pretty much rarely ever eat at the cafe because there aren't a lot of healthy options there. So hopefully that's something that can be addressed going forward. But I truly believe that the experience could be made better with the idea of having, sporting games there, or even the bingo there. The low
Alonzo, I do
cost.
have one comment.
Oh my God. Go ahead.
So the cafe, I've spoken to them. I'm a fat man. I like to eat food, but I've spoken to them about healthier options as far as grilled chicken and protein shakes. They're more than willing to actually move forward with that once Artemis takes over.
Great. That's
So
all.
Okay.
we'll actually have a more healthier protein base, either shakes or grilled chicken, healthier grilled Caesar salad, stuff like that. As far as
What about a Big
moving
Mac?
forward, that your guests will no Big Macs. Fat man likes the Big Macs, but healthy people don't like the Big Macs. I'm sorry.
Well,
All right.
there's
Alon-
no expectation here right away. I know Rome wasn't built in a day, so again, it goes back to the wait and see approach as to how we move forward with it. I'm sure Artemis has some ideas of what they want to do moving forward, so I'm interested to see the things that they're going to implement to, to see the direction that goes in. I do think it would be a great idea to bring volleyball back to the pool. Uh, I I don't know if anyone remembers those days, but uh, when you get the guests communicating with each other, it actually enhances their experience. As it is right now, everyone stays to themselves. So whenever you go to pool, everyone has their own little group here, group there, and not a lot of interaction between each other. The one thing that I do know is the more guests are able to interact and make friends, then they'll make it a point to try to come back the next year, see the same people because their experience was better. So I think if we can do more of that, whether it be bingo, whether it be pool volleyball, whether it be the different things like that to help tie, like you said, with the adult games, I think that would be helpful. And I just got one more point to make in regards to the cabanas. I'm so leery of that. I believe that we have trouble renting them now. To make them even more lavish than what they are right now, and to try to get that money back out, it's a huge concern. So that goes back to the wait and see how things go, because I hate to say it, but right now, our per night pricing is lower than a lot of other resorts, than a lot of other communities. So we have to take that into consideration. We're kind of more of a budget friendly resort at this time. Hopefully we'll continue to grow, and the better we become, the more we can raise the rates. But right now, that fact is what it is. People who don't want to spend a lot of money, they're coming to Solterra Resort. So they're not looking necessarily for the VIP experience. Maybe we'll have one every now and again, but that's just something to just keep in mind when it comes to the cabanas, if you could.
Alonzo, that's a
Alonzo,
yeah, go ahead, Debbie.
I agree with you 100%. But I have been in a lot of your homes, and a lot of your homes demand more money than the market is supporting right now. And so we're really working to try to change that algorithm to bring that up. And so there won't be a lot of spending done initially. I think most of the enhancements that we're proposing are very budget friendly, but I think they're going to make a huge impact. So just you all trusted in me as the landowner election, and just continue to trust in us as we work to better the resort for those of us that live here and those of you that have your investments here.
Yeah, and Alonzo, I want to say thank you for sharing that. I think the lower prices is something that we've been wanting to fight for a while. I don't know if you guys could tell, but the board members are a little more excited on this call. It's because this is the first time we've kind of gotten that path where it's open and we're able to start moving. We had some things that were slowing us down in the past. So moving forward, if you have ideas of what can be done to help us generate higher rental rates and get this place back on the map and full, and Solterra being a premium destination, we are all ears. And please email your board and email Joe. Let us know. Cheryl, you were up next. You had another question?
3 quick points. Number
Go
one,
for it.
I'm in agreement with Alonzo. I'm a little leery on the money on the cabanas, but that's been said. Number 2, possibly what about generating money with happy hour by the bar, 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 sometime in the afternoon before people have to take their kids back to dinner. Number 3, you mentioned golf carts. We have been on some resorts in Florida that have golf carts that are rentals. We have a parking issue. We can't afford to create new parking places. What about renting out golf carts for the day for people that are too far to walk? It would free up parking issues. They'd have to pay for it. It would generate money. I think people being on vacation would actually spend the money on that. Just a thought, throwing it out there.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah,
we'll look at it.
I
ahead.
have talked to Bob already. I'm sorry, Brian.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
already talked about this with him in very general terms. But if we do bring in a golf cart or 2 for the purposes of delivering food, it's probably pretty safe to say that the golf carts wouldn't be fully utilized just doing deliveries. And as we enhance the Solterra Resort website, he had said that it would be really easy to put like a QR code on the Solterra Resort website or on a new updated refrigerator magnet that somebody could scan and say, hey, I need a ride to the amenity center. And those golf carts could then respond and shuttle people back and forth. So another way to utilize them in addition to food deliveries.
That's great. Great.
Yeah,
Omar.
I mean, that's a good idea, but that wouldn't be generating money unless you're going to charge for the rides, right?
I think on that one,
It's just been a general conversation. We haven't pulled the trigger on golf carts, and so we haven't really formulated a plan yet either. But it may just be a nice perk that, we're already collecting an amenity fee. Maybe it could be part of that.
Yeah.
But honestly, I know that the amenity fee is not a very warm and fuzzy thing for a lot of people. But if the cafe model delivers as we hope that it will, we might be able to consider possibly even eliminating the amenity fees altogether. This is not a promise, but it's just part of larger global conversations that are being had in terms of, what's the best way to support the guests and ultimately the homeowners to make this a good experience overall.
That's great. Omar, you had a question. Go for it.
Hey, how you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. I'm number 1 on the list, and you skipped over me 2 or 3 times now.
Well, what was your name?
Linda.
I have you next.
Go ahead, Linda. Go ahead. You're good.
Go for it, Linda.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I wouldn't do that, except I've been skipped over like 3 or 4 times now. So I'm a little late to the party.
No one skipped over you. We're
right.
just flowing through the people.
Thank you. All right. So I'm a little late to the party, but my understanding is now that we have the cabanas and the cafe at our disposal starting in October. And
yes, the cafe, October 1st, we take over.
Okay. My impression of the cabanas is that they're way too expensive, and an idea to get them filled up would be to have, and I don't know if somebody's mentioned this before, but to have a minimum order from the cafe starting in October to use the cabana, like each adult $10 or each adult $5 or $20 or whatever it is that makes sense. And then smoothies would be a good idea for the cafe. I don't know if they have them or not. And I love the idea. I love the idea of the golf.
Currently, when they rent a cabana, we actually give them bucket beer, which is valued at $37.50 per cabana.
Oh, do they have to pay that? No.
No. So we actually, when they rent the cabana, they go in, they rent the cabana. We provide them a bucket of beer, a value of $37.50 per bucket. So they go in, they get the free bucket of beer. So when they come in, they get to relax, get a bucket of beer, and start to relax.
Okay, that's one way to do it, but I still think they're too expensive. There's a different way to do that. I don't understand what you said, bucket of beer or something?
Yeah, five beers.
Yes, Linda, what's she
They get
saying?
5 beers on the
Whoa.
ice. So
Okay.
I've seen over at the Omni. The Omni
Okay.
does the same thing. So when I go to the Omni, it's $200 for the cabana for the day, which we're actually substantially cheaper, and we get nothing at the Omni as far as a bucket of beer. So when you come to Solterra, they charge you for the actual cabana, and then they actually give you a coupon for a bucket of beer for free.
Okay, I don't drink beer, and I don't know if everybody around drinks beer, but apparently you do. Thank you. Golf carts. I love the idea of golf carts. Why does the HOA say we can't have a golf cart? Why can't we all have golf carts? We could all use them.
The HOA bylaws actually do not provide anyone to have a golf cart, but the CD bylaws actually provide you to have a lower mileage vehicle that's street legal with a license plate that has turn signals and brake lights that's street legal.
I'm going to have to look into that. Thank you.
Nice. Doing great. Omar.
Hey guys, how you doing? So I'm a member, elected official of my board here in San Diego, California. I do appreciate everything you guys do. I feel the pain as I have for the last 5 years of being elected. I've tried to come on here before, but usually you guys have it in the morning, and California time doesn't allow for that early time start. So I appreciate you guys doing it in the evening. I just wanted to say first thing, I agree with Alonso.
It's over there at 6 p.m.
What's that?
We've always had our actual CDD town hall meetings at 6 p.m. They've
Okay,
been better than
maybe I'm talking about the monthly
CDD
bond.
actual
I'm sorry.
meeting is. Yes,
Okay,
the actual monthly meeting is at 10 a.m.
Okay,
Which is
perfect.
early California time.
All right,
Go.
so
Keep
either
going.
way,
Omar.
the same applies. It's too early for me, Bobby. So thanks for that. So I agree. We got to be realistic about the customers in our association, and I agree with Alonso 100%. There's nothing wrong with being a little cheaper than the more wannabe posh places. But you guys got to understand, we have artificial intelligence, and then it's fighting all the different companies that rent out to a large number of people. They use that logic, so prices are going to continue to come down, and they're tracking each other. So it's always going to be a fight for us to get a better value on a daily rate when you do have all these programs that are fighting each other. And I see constantly, I Airbnb, I continue to look at houses in my vicinity, and I see 5-bedroom houses far too often for less than $100 an evening, and it's impossible for some of us to try to facilitate. We could ask for a higher, but we'll just never get them rented. So I just asked, Alonso, I think he's spot on. We got to be realistic, and the posh experience, I think it'd be more of a waste of money. And I say this very respectfully. I think it'll be more of a waste of money than it will be a revenue gaining solution. And same thing with the golf carts. Parking, I think parking is the issues that the biggest issues, as we all know, is the entrance, the long lines to this day still happening. I wish there was a way we could open up some type of other entrance down to the southern houses, something in there. But obviously, I've asked that question every year, and I always get the same answer: no. The answer is no. We just have to deal with the longer lines, people checking in. But the bigger issues, I think, is we really got to focus. That there's absolutely nothing we could do about the parking situation. Where we open even a special assessment, open up some of that open greenscape that we have that is not being utilized, and perhaps add 6 to 10 parking spots, because that is the one thing I'm always fighting with my guests is finding suitable extra parking arrangements.
That's great. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it. I know we're running low on time, so I want to make sure I get through everyone. Karen, you had a comment.
Yeah. So I hope I'm not cutting in front of anybody. Yeah, so wow, I'm a little jealous here because I'm lowly landscaping. Hopefully I'll be able to make an impact. But the amenities
Couple
are
rats.
the amenities are absolutely amazing. Debbie, you're doing a phenomenal job. Bobby, you're doing a great job on the gate and security. And I'm just so thrilled for the direction that we're heading in, and so thankful, Brian, of your steering us, and taking the helm here. Um, it's just amazing, and Sam as well. Thank you so much for all of your good input, and I think that this is a really great board, and we're going to see a lot of positive movement going forward. I just want to interject a little bit about the landscaping side. They're under wraps right now. They're undercover, but we have received these beautiful blue pots so that when our guests enter the amenity center, instead of being greeted by a big trash can and a sandwich board with rules. I mean, the rules will still be there and the trash can will be there, but a little hidden. They're going to see these big, beautiful pots that have blue pots with palm trees on them, these huge ceramic things, beautiful bowls around the pool with all kinds of greenery and everything else. We're going to be voting at the next meeting on a some proposals for a palette of plants, basically, what plants are going to be used for continuity throughout the community. So whenever we need to fill something in and improve, we can. We're also looking at taking some of the CDD land, and rolling out on a long-term basis. Not everything happens at once, either financially or because of time constraints or anything else. But things like little seating areas and some of these big open areas, where there are benches that are properly secured to the ground, and little, some landscaping things, just so that when people are walking around on Misty Oak, or at the other end of Oak Moss Loop, or in different areas, that they'll have a place to sit maybe and read a book or whatever it is that they want to do. Maybe just get out of the house because there are 20 kids running around in there, and just relax. So, and just pretty up the
20
community.
kids, so god damn.
So we just want to, I am of the mindset, of course, we have to be very careful about how we spend the money, and that the money is going to serve us well. I do believe in more or less a build it and they will come sort of attitude. I think the reason why some of the other communities, because they all have the traffic issues, they all have the party issues, they all have the same Airbnb issues that we have, but I think what they also have is they have more amenities, they have more services, more events, things like that, and so they do get a little bit more money. I think anything that we can do to bring in a higher level of customer, rather than pandering to the the least expensive guest, or the more budget minded guest, rather than pandering to the lower common denominator. I think that if we offer things, we've got these 4 great pickleball courts that are always busy. If we offered things like, and not at our expense, but invited someone to offer pickleball clinics, I think we'd start getting that client who would be more interested in renting here. If we offer yoga classes, if we,
Yeah.
pull it up a little bit, nighttime, use that community pool for nighttime movies,
I love it.
things like that.
Karen,
Um,
I'm gonna need to jump in real quick. We got 6 minutes left.
Okay, go ahead.
3 more
I said my
comments.
bit.
I'm gonna rapid fire these.
I do have
Alonzo,
one real quick comment. I'll be real quick.
let's go.
So I totally agree with what Karen just said. I totally agree with what everyone else has said. Also, please remember, we are towing your vehicle if you were not in a white line in between two white lines with a parking pass on your vehicle. If you park a commercial vehicle in those white lines, or you were not in those white lines without a parking permit, we are towing your vehicle effective now. So for 2 months, we've warned the community that we're gonna go forward with this, but this is gonna be going forward just because we have so many vehicles parked in those white lines without parking permits and without permission that are sitting in those white lines for, 10, 15, 20 days.
All right,
So
good enough.
we're
Good
just
to know.
trying
All right,
to,
Alonzo.
move these vehicles.
Rapid
Okay,
fire.
okay,
Let's go.
Brian, nice and quick here. We have a golf cart. We can do a trial run with the golf cart that we already have, retrofit to carry the food, just to see how that goes. And that way we're not investing in another golf cart or two other
love
golf
that.
carts since we already have it. So
Great idea.
to retrofit that to carry food won't take nothing. It'll just make it a point to make sure that it's worthwhile for staffing, but we're paying for staffing to do that. But I'm sure Joe will take care of that with Artemis. That's it for me.
Love it. Great. Daniel, what do you got?
Good evening or afternoon, everyone. My name's Dan Suze. My wife and I just moved here as permanent residents, so just want to say hi. And real quick, just real quick, I saw this meeting's recorded. My wife wanted to join too, but she ended up having to work late. Do we post this recording on the owner's website or anything like that so that she could watch it as well, or is that just kept internally with the board?
We'll find a way to get it out either via email or in that group as soon as it becomes available.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
All right, thank you very much.
of course. Deb? Is Deb here? She on
Okay.
mute?
Sorry, yep, I'm here.
There we go. Got it. Yep.
Okay, so we're talking about amenities and things like that that will increase the guest experience, but in all reality, it's your first touch points that make or break it. So number one, the gate, right? If people are waiting in line for an hour at the gate, it's their first impression of Solterra. This sucks, right? Because they've been sitting there for an hour. The second impression is when you drive through the gates is the landscape and the grass, which has not looked good in a very, very long time. I won't be down there till the end of October, so I haven't seen it if it's improved. But your landscaping is everything. It's your first impression when you drive through the gate. So, barring what's at the amenity center, some people visit Solterra and go to parks every day. They're never at the amenity center ever. They don't use it at all. But what they do see is what they drive when they drive through the gate is how the grounds look. And if you've driven in some of the other resorts like Champions Gate, the grass is perfect. It's perfectly edged. It's manicured. That is your first impression when you go through the gate.
Got it.
I'll just jump in here just for a second. Deb, you're absolutely correct. And that the front gate is actually, or the landscaping at the entrance is one of the first things on the agenda for the next CDD meeting. So please join in if you can. We're addressing that. We have spent a lot of time with both district management and Yellowstone, going through all of the grounds that is under CDD purview. But you're 1,000% correct, and
If
we're
I
on
could
it.
just, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And if I could just add on, I don't know if the townhome area, like on Terra Sonesta, I think that's HOA. It does not look good. There's like the flower beds are missing. There's
That's
dead
HOA.
shrubs, and I think it's the HOA. But somehow,
It
I
is.
both entities would have to coordinate because that area needs to be fixed up.
Yeah,
great.
that's
Thanks for the
HOA. That's not CDD. We have absolutely zero jurisdiction.
We'll pass it along, and we're definitely in problem solving mode right now. So real quick, we got 2 minutes left. Sam, we didn't get a chance to call on you. Any updates from your world? That you got 60 seconds. Anything going on with the website or tech at Solterra?
I mean, like not much. I'm as you guys see that I'm saying the same thing in terms of reviews. But one thing that I want to make add a point to a lot of conversation which happened today. I think we're thinking too much about
the stuff that we got to do at the center. However, there's a lot of vendors. Once again, if you can look into the vendors, they will come and facilitate these activities, which is not going to be any added cost for us. Because a lot of people out there, whether it is a pickleball or yoga, like any other bingo, there are outside people can come and arrange things for us, and whatever the revenue that they generate, they give us a cut and they take the rest and go away. So that is one model that we can definitely look into to create a good experience to the guests. So
that's great. Oh, fantastic. Thank you for sharing. Guy, I want to thank all the homeowners for being on this call. As you can tell, the board is very active. They're very passionate. We've got a lot of roads that have been opened up for us to move forward in different areas. If you have any feedback, any suggestions for any of these areas, please look us up on the Solterra Resort CDD website. Every board member is a liaison over different areas, as you could tell on this call. If you have suggestions or improvements or ideas, we want to know, send them to us, or you can send them directly to Joe and he will forward them on to us. So whatever is easier for you, but we're making changes together. We want your input, and we are on a mission to improve our rental rates, get those values back up, and get more people coming into Solterra. The last thing I would say is if anyone's looked at Google reviews recently, we've got a nice long string of 5-star reviews coming through. And that does make a difference. So any way you can encourage people or get people or send a thank you to Joe and his team for keeping, promoting those and getting those to move up. We are moving the needle. It's a big needle we've got to turn back to get back to where we want to go, but it is in progress and happening now. So thank you guys so much for being on the call. The recording will be submitted to everyone, and we're looking forward to hearing from you, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you,
Just real
Brian.
quick, guys,
Appreciate it.
Joe's done an amazing job. I appreciate everyone showing up.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thanks, guys.
Take care all.
Bye-bye.
Bye for
Oh,
now.
kumusta?
night.
Thank you.
Later.
I see you
Have a-
laughing, Brian.
Have a good night.